Hello there, and welcome to tonight's story. Imagine a land sculpted by sun-drenched mountains and sapphire seas, a land where olive groves whispered secrets to the wind, and the scent of thyme hung heavy in the air. This is ancient Greece, a civilization that blossomed on the shores of the Mediterranean, leaving behind a legacy that continues to resonate in our world today. But to truly understand ancient Greece, we must delve into its heart, its mythology. These weren't mere bedtime stories. They were the very fabric of Greek life, shaping their beliefs, values, and understanding of the world. If you enjoyed tonight's story, I'd really appreciate it if you could give it a like, subscribe, or maybe comment on where you are listening from. Now sit back, relax, close your eyes, and we will begin our journey. Greece, geographically diverse, consisted of a mainland peninsula jutting into the Mediterranean, punctuated by countless islands scattered like sparkling jewels across the Aegean Sea. This fragmented landscape fostered a sense of independent city-states, each with its own unique character and traditions, yet bound together by a shared cultural heritage, language, and, crucially, their pantheon of gods and goddesses. These weren't aloof, distant entities. They were intensely involved in the lives of mortals, influencing everything from harvests and storms to love and war. The gods were not simply observed, but interacted with through prayers, sacrifices, and festivals that permeated the yearly cycle. Understanding the Greeks means understanding their intimate relationship with the divine. Ancient Greek history unfolds in broad strokes across centuries, painting a picture of dynamic change and enduring influence. The Bronze Age, circa 3000 to 1200 BC, witnessed the rise of Mycenaean civilization, a culture brimming with warrior kings and powerful queens, whose myths, preserved in fragments on clay tablets, laid the foundation for later narratives. Homer's epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, though composed centuries later, draw heavily upon Mycenaean themes, echoing the grandeur and brutality of that heroic age. These stories were not just entertainment. They provided moral lessons, explanations for natural phenomena, and a sense of continuity linking the present to a glorious past. The subsequent archaic period circa 800 to 500 BC saw the rise of the polis, the independent city-state, and the flourishing of Greek art, philosophy, and literature. This era witnessed the standardization of the Greek alphabet, allowing for a more widespread dissemination of myths and stories. Hesiod's Theogony, for example, offers a systematic account of the origins of the cosmos and the genealogy of the gods, consolidating many disparate traditions into a coherent narrative. The myths of this era reflected a growing emphasis on human reason and individual agency, even as the gods continued to play crucial roles. The classical period circa 500 to 323 BC is often seen as the golden age of ancient Greece, a time of intellectual and artistic ferment, exemplified by the works of Sophocles, Euripides, and Aeschylus, who dramatically reinterpreted the traditional myths for the Athenian stage. Their tragedies explored the complexities of human nature, highlighting the consequences of hubris, excessive pride, fate, and the unpredictable nature of the gods' interventions. These plays, performed at major festivals dedicated to the gods, served both to entertain and to educate, reinforcing moral and civic values within Athenian society. The Hellenistic period circa 323 to 31 BC witnessed the spread of Greek culture throughout the Mediterranean, marking a period of fusion and adaptation of Greek myths and beliefs across diverse cultures. Alexander the Great's conquests ensured the dissemination of these narratives to new audiences, who incorporated them into their own traditions, resulting in a fascinating blend of indigenous beliefs and Greek mythology. Within this broader historical framework, the myths themselves were not static entities. They evolved and adapted over time, reflecting changing social values and perspectives. A single myth might have numerous variations, each reflecting the specific concerns and interpretations of a particular community or period. This fluidity is crucial to understanding the dynamism of Greek mythology. It wasn't a monolithic body of fixed beliefs, but a living, breathing tradition that constantly reinterpreted itself in light of new experiences and changing societal norms. Consider, for example, the myth of Persephone and Hades. In its earliest forms, it may have served primarily as an agricultural myth, explaining the seasonal cycle of death and rebirth. Later, the story evolved to explore themes of love, loss, and the power dynamics between the gods. In some tellings, Persephone's abduction becomes a forced marriage, highlighting the vulnerability of women in a patriarchal society. In others, the marriage, though initially unwilling, evolves into a powerful partnership, suggesting a more complex relationship between the goddess and the god of the underworld. The enduring appeal of Greek mythology lies in its ability to explore timeless human themes: love and loss, ambition and betrayal, triumph and defeat, justice and injustice. The gods and goddesses, despite their supernatural powers, are also deeply flawed characters, grappling with passions and weaknesses that resonate with our own human experiences. Zeus, king of the gods, is a philanderer, caught in a web of romantic entanglements that often lead to chaos and conflict. Athena, goddess of wisdom, is fiercely independent and sometimes ruthless in pursuit of her goals. And Hades, ruler of the underworld, is often portrayed as a somber and misunderstood figure, not inherently evil, but simply fulfilling his grim role in the cosmic order. These myths served as a powerful means of transmitting cultural values and moral lessons. Stories of heroes like Heracles and Theseus, who faced and overcame incredible challenges, inspired courage and perseverance. Tales of hubris, such as Icarus's fatal flight too close to the sun, served as cautionary reminders of the dangers of unchecked ambition. The myths provided explanations for the world around them: why the seasons changed, why storms raged, why earthquakes shook the earth. They also provided a framework for understanding human relationships, social structures, and the complex interplay between mortals and the divine. The way these stories were transmitted is as fascinating as the stories themselves. Oral tradition played a vital role, with poets and storytellers passing down these narratives across generations, adapting them to their own contexts and audiences. Homer's epics, though ultimately written down, were clearly influenced by a long tradition of oral performance. The invention of writing allowed for greater preservation and standardization of these myths, but oral performance continued to hold immense cultural significance, maintaining a sense of immediacy and community engagement. Visual arts, such as pottery and sculpture, also played a crucial role, depicting scenes from the myths and reinforcing their presence in daily life. The ancient Greeks didn't just tell their myths, they lived them. Festivals and rituals honored the gods, reenacting key mythical events and reinforcing their importance in daily life. Temples served as centers of religious and social life, showcasing magnificent sculptures of the gods and goddesses, further solidifying their presence in the collective imagination. The myths weren't confined to sacred spaces, however. They permeated daily life, informing artistic creations, influencing social interactions, and providing a framework for understanding the world. Let's meet the players in this grand cosmic drama, the inhabitants of Mount Olympus, the majestic dwelling place of the Olympian gods. These weren't simply ethereal beings. They possessed personalities as complex and flawed as any mortal, their actions shaping the destinies of heroes and mortals alike. Their relationships, a tangled web of love, hate, sibling rivalry, and power struggles, form the very backbone of many of the myths we will explore. At the apex of this divine hierarchy sits Zeus, king of the gods, wielder of the thunderbolt, and the embodiment of power and authority. He's a compelling and contradictory figure, a powerful ruler, yes, but also a notorious philanderer, his affairs resulting in countless offspring, both divine and mortal, often leading to chaos and conflict throughout the cosmos. Zeus is the archetype of the powerful, yet often fallible leader, reminding us that even those in positions of ultimate power are subject to the frailties of human nature. His symbol, the eagle, reflects his regal bearing and his command of the skies. Beside Zeus reigns his sister and wife Hera, queen of the gods and protector of marriage. However, Hera's role extends far beyond a mere consort. She is a powerful goddess in her own right, fiercely protective of her position and intensely jealous of Zeus's infidelities. Her wrath is legendary, often visited upon the mortals and gods who cross her path, highlighting the complexities of power and the consequences of unchecked jealousy. Her sacred animal, the peacock, represents her regal beauty and her often ostentatious displays of power. Athena, sprung fully formed from Zeus's head, is a goddess quite unlike any other. She embodies wisdom, strategy, warfare, and crafts. Athena is a powerful intellectual force, a master strategist whose cunning often outmaneuvers even the most powerful of opponents. Unlike many of the other Olympians, Athena is often portrayed as fiercely independent and less prone to emotional outbursts, embodying strength and self-reliance. Her symbol, the owl, reflects her wisdom and her ability to see through deception. Apollo, god of light, music, prophecy, healing, and archery, is often portrayed as a radiant and youthful deity. A master musician, his lyre fills Olympus with beautiful melodies. He is also a skilled archer, and his arrows can bring both healing and destruction. Apollo represents the duality of light and darkness, healing and destruction, embodying the potential for both creation and devastation inherent in the universe. His symbol, the sun, perfectly encapsulates his radiant nature and his ability to illuminate the world. Artemis, twin sister to Apollo, is the goddess of the hunt, wilderness, wild animals, the moon, and childbirth. A skilled huntress, she roams the wilds with her hounds, a powerful and independent deity who embodies the untamed power of nature. Her connection to childbirth underscores the powerful role of women in ancient Greek society, particularly in the matters of life and death. The deer, her sacred animal, represents her wildness, grace, and connection to the natural world. Ares, god of war, is the embodiment of untamed aggression and brutality. Unlike Athena's strategic warfare, Ares represents chaotic, unbridled violence. He's often portrayed as rash and impulsive, his actions frequently bringing more harm than good. He represents the destructive aspects of conflict, a stark contrast to the ordered and disciplined approach embodied by Athena. The wolf, his symbolic animal, echoes his ferocity and his relentless pursuit of conflict. Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, pleasure, and procreation, is renowned for her captivating beauty and her ability to inspire love and desire. Her influence extends to both gods and mortals, her power shaping relationships and desires across the cosmos. She represents the seductive and irresistible force of love, but her actions are also often intertwined with jealousy, conflict, and revenge. The dove, her sacred animal, embodies the gentleness and allure associated with love. Poseidon, god of the sea, earthquakes, storms, and horses, commands the vast oceans with his trident, a symbol of his powerful dominion over the watery realm. He is a tempestuous and unpredictable deity, his moods capable of bringing both calm and destruction to the seas. He represents the untamed power of nature and the unpredictable forces of the ocean. The horse, his sacred animal, symbolizes his connection to the untamed power of the sea and its powerful forces. Hephaestus, the god of fire, metalworking, crafts, and volcanoes, is a skilled craftsman who forges weapons and armor for the gods. He's often portrayed as a somewhat awkward and physically imperfect god, yet his skills as a craftsman are unmatched. He embodies creativity, ingenuity, and the power of transformation. The anvil, his symbolic tool, represents his skill and the transformation of raw materials into something beautiful and powerful. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, is a swift and cunning god, a master of trickery and deception. He is swift-footed and agile, traveling effortlessly between the mortal and divine worlds. He embodies the ability to adapt, navigate challenges, and communicate between different realms. His winged sandals and staff, the caduceus, signify his swiftness and his role as a messenger between gods and mortals. These are but some of the prominent figures within the vast Greek pantheon. Each god and goddess possesses a unique personality, powers, and sphere of influence, resulting in a pantheon rich with complexity and dynamic interaction. Their roles and motivations will be central to understanding the myths that unfold in the stories to come. And so, with this introduction to the principal players, let us now delve into the tales themselves, beginning with the world of ancient Greek myths wasn't confined to dusty scrolls or stone tablets. It lived and breathed through the vibrant tapestry of oral storytelling, the soaring verses of epic poetry, and the vivid imagery of art. These weren't passive mediums. They were active participants in shaping the myths themselves, influencing how stories were interpreted and passed down through generations. Understanding these methods of transmission is crucial to truly grasping the power and impact of these narratives. Imagine a bustling Athenian agora, the sun beating down on the assembled crowd. A skilled storyteller, perhaps a rhapsode, stands before them, their voice a captivating instrument weaving a spellbinding tale of Heracles' 12 labours. Their gestures are dramatic, their tone shifting from hushed reverence to booming excitement, their words painting vivid pictures in the minds of their listeners. This wasn't mere entertainment. It was a communal experience, a shared immersion in the world of gods and heroes. The very act of listening, the shared emotional journey, solidified the myth's place in the collective consciousness. This oral tradition wasn't haphazard. It relied on sophisticated techniques to ensure accuracy and impact. Memory aids, such as mnemonic devices and repetitive phrases, were crucial. Storytellers often employed vivid imagery, personification, and metaphors to make the stories memorable and emotionally resonant. For instance, the raging sea might be described as Poseidon's wrathful beard, transforming an abstract force into a tangible, relatable image. Similarly, the cunning of Odysseus might be personified as a sly fox, instantly conveying his intelligence and resourcefulness. The transition from oral storytelling to written form wasn't a clean break. The two existed in a dynamic interplay. Homer's epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, stand as towering examples of this transition. While undoubtedly influenced by pre-existing oral traditions, these poems elevated the art of storytelling to new heights. Homer's masterful use of epic similes, extended comparisons that vividly illustrate characters and events, is a testament to the enduring power of vivid imagery in conveying complex narratives. For example, the simile comparing the shield of Achilles to a starry night sky, rich with detailed depictions of battles, landscapes, and celestial phenomena, isn't just descriptive. It amplifies the grandeur of the hero and the weight of his destiny. Beyond the spoken and written word, visual arts played a vital role in disseminating and interpreting myths. From majestic temple friezes to intricately painted pottery, images brought the stories to life. Consider the countless depictions of the battle between the gods and the giants, the gigantomachy. These images, far from being mere illustrations, offered interpretations of the myth, highlighting specific moments, emphasizing particular character relationships, and even offering alternative perspectives on the narrative. The visual arts didn't just represent the myths, they actively shaped them. The very structure of the myths themselves reveals a deep understanding of narrative techniques. Many myths follow a clear pattern. A protagonist faces a challenge, undertakes a quest, encounters obstacles, and ultimately triumphs or suffers defeat. This archetypal structure, found in myths across cultures, suggests an intuitive understanding of narrative pacing and emotional engagement. The journey itself, often a perilous one filled with symbolic trials, becomes as important as the final destination. Furthermore, symbolism played a crucial role in ancient Greek mythology. Animals, plants, celestial bodies, and natural phenomena all carried deeper meanings, adding layers of complexity and richness to the narratives. The eagle, associated with Zeus, represented power and authority. The owl, linked with Athena, signified wisdom and discernment. Such symbolism helped audiences not only comprehend the narrative, but also engage with its philosophical and moral dimensions. The serpent, for example, could symbolize both healing and destruction, reflecting the inherent duality found in many aspects of life. The use of such pervasive symbolism is central to understanding the mythic world. Interpreting a motif like the labyrinth, whether in the myth of Theseus or in architectural design, offers a window into ancient cultural values and anxieties. The use of metaphors, as mentioned earlier, wasn't merely a stylistic choice. It was a means of imparting deeper meanings. The myths often employed extended metaphors, comparing human experiences to natural phenomena, celestial events, or the actions of the gods. This allowed the storytellers to explore abstract concepts such as justice, fate, or the human condition in a concrete and relatable way. The comparison of human life to a fleeting season, for example, speaks to the inevitability of death and the ephemeral nature of human existence. Finally, ancient Greek myths were not static entities. They evolved and adapted over time, reflecting the changing social and cultural context. Different versions of the same myth existed side by side, each highlighting different aspects of the story or reflecting particular perspectives. This fluidity underscores the dynamic nature of the storytelling tradition and the adaptability of myth to accommodate evolving societal values and beliefs. In essence, the ancient Greeks' mastery of storytelling techniques from the dramatic flourishes of the rhapsode to the evocative imagery of sculpted friezes, transformed their myths into powerful tools for exploring the complexities of the human experience, navigating the uncertainties of life and death, and transmitting cultural values and beliefs across generations. Understanding these techniques unlocks a deeper appreciation for the profound impact of these ancient tales and their enduring resonance in our modern world. Their stories, once carried on the wind, now reach us across millennia, a testament to the artistry and enduring power of these ancient narratives. The myths weren't simply stories. They were a living, breathing reflection of the ancient Greek world, passed down through generations through a sophisticated and highly effective use of various forms of storytelling. The power of symbolism in Greek mythology is not merely an embellishment. It's the very lifeblood of these narratives. It's through the careful selection and deployment of symbols that the myths transcend simple storytelling and become profound explorations of the human condition, reflecting the values, anxieties, and aspirations of ancient Greek society. Unlike modern narratives that often prioritize literal interpretation, Greek myths relied heavily on layers of symbolic meaning, demanding active participation from the audience to unravel their deeper significance. Consider the ubiquitous presence of animals within the pantheon and the stories themselves. The eagle, Zeus's favored bird, wasn't just a majestic creature. It represented supreme power, untouchable authority, and swift, decisive action. Its soaring flight mirrored the god's dominion over the heavens, a visual metaphor for his absolute control. Contrast this with the owl, sacred to Athena, the goddess of wisdom. The owl, a creature of the night, symbolized intelligence, strategic thinking, and a keen observational ability, qualities perfectly aligned with Athena's role as patron goddess of warfare and crafts. The association isn't arbitrary. It's carefully chosen to reinforce the goddess's character and her domain. The serpent, a recurring motif, presents a fascinating duality. It could represent healing, as seen in the figure of Asclepius, the god of medicine, whose staff was entwined with a serpent. The serpent's ability to shed its skin symbolized renewal and rejuvenation, aligning with the healing process itself. However, the serpent could also embody chaos, treachery, and destruction, as seen in Medusa's serpentine hair, a symbol of terrifying power and lethal danger. This duality reflects the ancient Greeks' understanding of the complex, often contradictory nature of existence, where healing and harm could exist in close proximity. Plants, too, held profound symbolic weight. The olive tree, sacred to Athena, represented peace, prosperity, and wisdom. Its evergreen nature signified enduring strength and resilience, while the olive oil produced from its fruit was a symbol of abundance and sacred anointing. In contrast, the poisonous hemlock, famously used to execute Socrates, represented death and the fragility of life. These botanical symbols weren't simply background elements. They actively contributed to the narrative's thematic resonance. The natural world itself was teeming with symbolic significance. The sea, often personified as the volatile and unpredictable Poseidon, symbolized the unpredictable forces of nature and the boundless, unknowable aspects of the cosmos. Mountains, reaching towards the heavens, could represent both the sublime and the inaccessible realms of the gods, while rivers, flowing continuously, symbolize the ceaseless flow of time and the relentless march of fate. Objects, too, served as potent symbols. The labyrinth, famously associated with the Minotaur and Theseus, represented the complexities of the human psyche. the winding paths of life, and the challenges of self-discovery. Its intricate structure mirrors the intricate processes of the mind and the daunting task of navigating one's own internal struggles. The journey through the labyrinth, therefore, becomes a powerful metaphor for the individual's journey towards self-knowledge and understanding. The recurring symbolism across different myths highlights a coherent worldview. The recurring motifs of cycles of birth, death, and rebirth, as seen in the myth of Persephone. The struggles between order and chaos, as represented by the Titanomachy, and the tension between human agency and divine intervention, as seen in the stories of Oedipus and Heracles, are interwoven through a consistent use of symbols that tie these disparate narratives together. This interconnectedness underscores the depth and sophistication of the ancient Greek mythic system. Consider the recurring image of the sun and his journey across the sky. This celestial cycle became a powerful metaphor for the cycle of life, death, and regeneration. The sun's rising symbolized birth and renewal. Its midday zenith represented the height of power and fulfillment, and its setting symbolized decline and the eventual approach of death. This consistent imagery creates a framework for understanding the cyclical nature of existence, a central theme in many Greek myths. The comparative analysis of symbolic usage across different myths reveals a cultural worldview deeply connected to the natural world and the forces that shape human destiny. The careful selection of symbols, their consistent deployment across different narratives, and the layered meanings they convey unveil a rich tapestry of cultural values, anxieties, and beliefs. The myths are not merely tales of gods and heroes. They are profoundly insightful reflections on the human condition, filtered through the lens of a rich and intricate system of symbols. These symbols are the key to unlocking the true meaning and enduring power of these ancient narratives, inviting us to engage with them not as passive recipients, but as active interpreters of a deeply symbolic worldview. The enduring appeal of Greek mythology lies not only in its dramatic storytelling, but in the richness of its symbolic language, a language that continues to resonate with audiences across millennia. It is this symbolic depth that elevates these tales from mere stories to timeless explorations of the human spirit. Remember, this is not simply about reading words on a page. It is about experiencing the world through a different lens, one shaped by the myths and beliefs of a culture rich in history and imagination. Before the sun kissed the heavens, before the mountains pierced the clouds, and long before the first mortal drew breath, there existed only a void, a boundless expanse of nothingness known as chaos. From this primordial emptiness, from this swirling vortex of potential, emerged Gaia, the Earth Mother, a being of immense power and fecundity. She arose not from a divine decree, not from a conscious act of creation, but rather as an inevitable consequence of chaos itself, a manifestation of its inherent energy, a blossoming of life from the void. Gaia, the Earth, was complete in herself, a self-sufficient entity of breathtaking scale and wonder. Her form was the very essence of the world. Mountains rose from her back like the spines of slumbering giants. Valleys formed the creases in her skin, and rivers flowed like veins, carrying lifeblood across her vast body. She was the fertile ground, the nurturing bosom, the very foundation upon which all else would be built. But Gaia was not alone in this primordial realm. From her very essence, from the fertile earth itself, arose Uranus, the starry sky, her husband and her equal in power. Uranus, a shimmering expanse of celestial light, was the heavens themselves, a breathtaking expanse of stars and constellations. Unlike Gaia, grounded and tangible, Uranus was ethereal, boundless, and ever-changing. He was the celestial dome that arched above the world, a guardian of the night, a witness to the ceaseless cycle of creation and destruction. Together, Gaia and Uranus were the parents of all creation, a cosmic pair whose union would shape the destiny of the world. Their union, however, was far from idyllic. Their offspring, the Titans, were beings of immense power, each possessing unique and formidable strengths. Their birth was a testament to Gaia's boundless fertility, but also a reflection of the volatile nature of their parents' relationship. These Titans, 12 in number, were not mere children. They were elemental forces, shaping the fabric of the world with their very being. Oceanus, the great ocean that encircled the earth. Hyperion, the sun god. Thea, the goddess of light. Themis, the goddess of justice. Rhea, the mother of the gods. Cronus, the god of time. Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory. Iapetus, the titan of mortality. Crius, the titan of constellation. Coeus, the titan of intellect. Phoebe, the titan of prophecy. And Tethys, the titaness of the primal waters, each a formidable force. Yet Uranus, in his celestial aloofness, wasn't pleased with his children. He feared their power, their burgeoning strength, and he found their wild, untamed nature unsettling. He cast them into the depths of Tartarus, a dark and desolate abyss that lay beneath the earth, a place of torment and unending shadows. This act of brutal confinement was not a mere act of parental discipline. It was a manifestation of Uranus's deep-seated fear of being surpassed, of his own power being challenged by his progeny. The confinement of the Titans in Tartarus became a symbol of Uranus's oppressive reign, a reign marked by cruelty and injustice. Gaia, witnessing the suffering of her children, felt a profound sense of anguish and rage. The Earth Mother, usually so patient and nurturing, felt a burning resentment towards her husband, a resentment fueled by the injustices he had inflicted upon her offspring. She conceived a plan that would shake the foundations of the cosmos and irrevocably change the course of history. Gaia, in her wisdom and cunning, sought the aid of her son Cronus, a titan renowned for his cunning intelligence and ruthless determination. She appealed to his sense of justice, emphasizing the cruelty of his father's actions and the injustice of his brothers' and sisters' imprisonment. Cronus, already resentful of his father's tyrannical reign, readily agreed to her plan. Together, mother and son devised a strategy to overthrow Uranus, to free the Titans from their dark confinement, and to establish a new order in the cosmos. The opportunity presented itself during one of Uranus's celestial journeys, as he descended from the heavens to embrace Gaia. Cronus, armed with a sharp adamantine sickle forged in the fires of Tartarus, ambushed his father. In a brutal act of rebellion, Cronus castrated his father, severing the link between the heavens and the earth, the celestial and the terrestrial. The blood that flowed from Uranus's wounds fertilized Gaia, giving birth to a new generation of monstrous beings, the Erinyes, the giants, and the Meliae. The overthrow of Uranus was not merely a change of cosmic leadership. It was a seismic shift in the fabric of reality. The act represented a shift from a world ruled by cold, detached power to one where conflict and rebellion would define the order. It was a story of revolt, of the children challenging the authority of their father, a theme that would resonate through the ages. The very act of castration, violent and symbolic, represented the shattering of patriarchal dominance and the rise of a new generation ready to challenge the established order. The severed genitals of Uranus thrown into the sea by Gaia, created Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. This unexpected birth underscored the transformative power of violence and chaos, emphasizing that even from the most brutal acts, beauty and creation can emerge. Aphrodite, born from the sea foam, became a symbol of the regenerative power of nature, a force that constantly renews and rebirths itself, even amidst destruction. Cronus, having successfully overthrown his father, ascended to the throne of the cosmos, becoming the ruler of the Titans. But his reign, though initially marked by peace and prosperity, was far from secure. The seeds of rebellion, planted during his father's tyrannical reign, would soon blossom into a new conflict, a new struggle for supremacy that would shake the foundations of the cosmos and pave the way for the rise of the Olympian gods. The myth of Gaia and Uranus is more than just a story of creation. It is a profound exploration of power, rebellion, and the cyclical nature of dominance and overthrow, a narrative woven into the very fabric of the ancient Greek worldview and echoed through the ages. Its enduring power lies not only in its dramatic narrative, but also in its symbolic representation of fundamental human experiences. The struggle for power, the cycle of creation and destruction, and the enduring strength of the human spirit to rise above oppression and forge its own destiny. It is a reminder that even from chaos, from the depths of darkness, beauty and life can emerge, constantly renewing and transforming the world. Perseus, son of Zeus and Danae, was no ordinary mortal. His very birth was a testament to the unpredictable nature of the gods, a clandestine union between the king of the heavens and a princess unjustly imprisoned by her tyrannical father. Born amidst the confines of a brazen tower, his destiny was as unconventional as his origins. He was not destined for a life of quiet contemplation, but for a perilous quest that would test his courage, his cunning, and his very humanity. His lineage, a potent mixture of divine and mortal blood, would inextricably link him to the great tapestry of Greek myths and heroes, a testament to the ever-shifting power dynamics of the Olympian court. The tale of Perseus begins not with glorious battles or heroic feats, but with a prophecy, a chilling premonition that hung heavy over the kingdom of Seriphos. Polydectes, the king who had usurped the throne and held Danae and her son captive, sought to rid himself of Perseus, fearing the young man's potential and the power of his divine bloodline. He devised a cunning plan, cloaked in the guise of a royal wedding. Polydectes announced his intention to marry, but requested extravagant gifts from his courtiers, including the head of Medusa, the Gorgon, whose gaze could turn men to stone. Medusa, a creature of nightmare, was a terror unlike any other. Not merely a mortal woman transformed by a vengeful goddess, but a being born of primal chaos, a monstrous embodiment of fear and destruction. Her sisters, Stheno and Euryale, shared her serpentine hair and petrifying gaze, yet Medusa possessed a unique and horrifying power, the power to kill with a single glance. Her existence was a chilling reminder of the unpredictable forces that lurked at the edge of the civilized world, the potent mix of beauty and terror, a siren's call promising both allure and annihilation. The very air around her radiated a palpable sense of dread, a suffocating aura that chilled the blood of even the bravest warriors. Perseus, despite his youth, understood the deadly nature of this task, but instead of recoiling in fear, he saw an opportunity to prove his worth, not only to the king, but also to himself. He accepted the challenge, not out of blind bravado, but with the calculated resolve of a man who knew he had a divine destiny to fulfill. This was not simply a quest for survival. It was a journey of self-discovery, a hero's initiation into the dangerous and unpredictable world of gods and monsters. His journey was fraught with peril. He was aided by the gods, and their interventions highlighted the complex interplay of divine favor and human resilience. Hermes, the swift-footed messenger of the gods, provided him with a pair of winged sandals, allowing him to traverse the vast distances that separated Seriphos from the Gorgon's lair. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, offered him a polished shield, acting as a mirror, allowing him to observe Medusa's reflection without meeting her deadly gaze. And finally, Hades, the god of the underworld, granted him a special sword, the adamantine falchion, sharper than any mortal steel, capable of cleaving through Medusa's serpentine locks. The journey itself was a relentless test of endurance and resourcefulness. Perseus encountered various trials, both mythical and human. He navigated treacherous landscapes, outwitted crafty giants, and navigated complex moral dilemmas that tested his resolve. Each encounter sharpened his skills, his resilience, and his understanding of the world. The path to the Gorgon's lair itself was not only geographically daunting, but also symbolically significant, representing the perilous descent into the underworld, the confrontations with one's inner demons, and the ultimate triumph over one's deepest fears. The confrontation with Medusa was a pivotal moment, a climax that tested the limits of human bravery. Perseus, guided by Athena's wisdom, carefully approached Medusa's lair, using his shield as a mirror to track the monster's movements. The suspense was palpable, the atmosphere thick with dread and anticipation. He waited for the perfect moment, a fleeting instance when the Gorgon was momentarily distracted, when her gaze was averted. With a swift, decisive movement, he plunged his adamantine falchion into her neck, severing her head with a single fatal blow. It was not a mere act of violence, but a carefully calculated strategic maneuver, a demonstration of his courage, his cunning, and his divine favor. The decapitation of Medusa was not the end of the adventure. It was merely the culmination of a significant portion of his journey. The severed head, still pulsating with lethal power, became a potent weapon. As he fled the Gorgon's lair, Perseus encountered further challenges, showcasing the ongoing dangers of his path. The very act of carrying Medusa's head was a constant reminder of the precariousness of his situation, emphasizing his unwavering commitment to his mission. Perseus's subsequent adventures are a testament to his ingenuity and bravery. The head of Medusa was not merely a trophy, but a tool, a means to overcome obstacles. He used it to petrify the monstrous sea nymphs that had previously plagued the coast, and turned enemies into pillars of stone. He rescued Andromeda, chained to a rock as a sacrifice to a sea monster, demonstrating both his bravery and his compassion. These deeds were not just acts of heroism, but also the acquisition of renown, establishing him as a legend. His return to Seriphos was not a peaceful homecoming. He confronted and vanquished Polydectes, the usurper king who had instigated his perilous quest, transforming him into a testament to his own ambition and cruelty. He then restored his mother, Danae, to her rightful place, showcasing his loyalty and love for her. His actions demonstrated the depth of his character, transcending simple acts of bravery to embody the ideals of filial piety and justice. The story of Perseus is more than just an exciting tale of a hero who slays a monster. It is a multifaceted narrative that explores the complex relationships between gods and mortals, the interplay of destiny and free will, and the ongoing tension between courage and fear. It is a coming-of-age story depicting a young man's journey from a sheltered existence to one filled with extraordinary challenges and culminating in the achievement of heroic stature. His lineage, his encounters, and his triumphs serve as a reflection of the broader mythological landscape of ancient Greece, highlighting the ongoing struggles and triumphs of mortals caught within the shifting tides of the divine. The enduring legacy of Perseus is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, the power of courage and determination, and the ability to triumph even in the face of insurmountable odds. His tale continues to resonate through time, a reminder of the heroism that lies dormant within us all, waiting to be awakened by the call of adventure. The tale of Theseus, Athenian prince and legendary hero, unfolds against a backdrop of political intrigue and monstrous horror. Unlike Perseus, whose journey was primarily a solitary quest against external forces, Theseus's confrontation with the Minotaur is a more internal struggle, a symbolic battle against the beast within, a metaphor for the darker aspects of human nature and the challenges of coming of age. His story begins not in a tower, but in the shadow of a terrible tribute demanded by the formidable King Minos of Crete. Athens, once a proud and independent city-state, found itself humbled and subjugated. A devastating war sparked by a complex web of political rivalries and divine intervention. A story in itself, often lost in the shadow of Theseus's later exploits, had resulted in Athens's defeat. As a consequence of this humiliating defeat, Athens was forced to pay a horrifying price. Every 9 years, 7 young Athenian men and 7 young women were sent to Crete as a sacrifice to the Minotaur, a monstrous creature confined within the labyrinth, a maze of terrifying complexity and deadly design. This labyrinth, more than just a physical structure, is a powerful symbol of the human psyche, a representation of the confusing and often terrifying pathways of self-discovery. Its twisting corridors and deceptive passages mirror the complexities of the inner world, the countless paths we tread as we navigate the challenges of adolescence and adulthood. The Minotaur itself, born of Pasiphae, Minos' wife, and a sacred white bull sent by Poseidon, embodies the untamed primal instincts that lie within us all, the destructive urges, the capacity for both violence and insatiable desires. The creature's very existence is a testament to the chaotic power of unchecked passions and the devastating consequences of hubris, a theme that resonates throughout Greek mythology. Theseus, driven by a potent mix of filial piety, ambition, and a youthful desire to prove his worth, volunteered to be one of the Athenian youths sent to Crete. His decision wasn't merely an act of selfless bravery. It was also a bold political move. Aegean, Theseus's father and king of Athens, had been ruling a kingdom weighed down by grief and fear. The recurring sacrifice served as a constant reminder of their defeat and the oppressive power of Crete. Theseus's willingness to face the Minotaur offered not only a chance to end the barbaric tribute, but also to restore Athens' pride and reclaim its rightful place among the Greek city-states. His journey to Crete was far from uneventful. Along the way, Theseus encountered a series of challenges designed to test his strength, his intelligence, and his moral fortitude. He faced bandits, mythical creatures, and treacherous landscapes. Each encounter, whether a physical confrontation or a moral dilemma, represented a stage in his coming-of-age journey, preparing him for the ultimate confrontation with the Minotaur and the labyrinth. These encounters weren't randomly placed obstacles, they were symbolic trials, each representing a different aspect of his character or his path towards self-discovery. For instance, his encounter with Periphetes, the club-wielding robber, might symbolize the confrontation with inner violence and the need to control one's impulses. His encounter with Procrustes, who adjusted his guests' bodies to fit his bed, can be interpreted as a representation of the societal pressures to conform and the courage it takes to remain true to oneself. Ariadne, daughter of King Minos, played a pivotal role in Theseus's journey. Captivated by Theseus's courage and handsome demeanor, she secretly aided him, providing him with a ball of thread, a simple yet profoundly symbolic tool. The thread, a lifeline within the labyrinth's confusing depths, represented hope and guidance, a beacon in the darkness. Its unwinding would mirror Theseus's journey of self-discovery, and its winding back would represent the return and triumphant emergence from the labyrinth. Her act of defiance against her own father, a powerful king and symbol of Cretan dominance, further underscores her role in helping Theseus, a symbol of a rebellion against oppressive forces and a beacon of hope for Athens. The description of the labyrinth itself is crucial to understanding the myth's symbolic depth. The ancient writers, lacking the ability to describe its physical structure with precision, filled it with imagery that evokes both awe and terror. Imagine towering stone walls, casting long, menacing shadows, cold, damp air hanging heavy with the stench of decay and fear. Each turn in the labyrinth is not just a geographical change, but a representation of the twisting paths of one's inner life and the challenges of self-awareness. The labyrinth is not merely a place, it's a state of mind, one that mirrors the confusion and uncertainties of one's coming-of-age journey. The darkness within symbolizes the unexplored depths of the human psyche, while the deceptive paths mirror the intricate and often contradictory aspects of our inner lives. The confrontation with the Minotaur wasn't merely a physical battle, but a symbolic clash between reason and primal instinct, order and chaos. Theseus didn't simply vanquish a beast. He vanquished the darker impulses within himself, the beast that dwells in every human heart. The Minotaur's strength and ferocity represented the raw power of untamed desires, the destructive potential of unfettered emotions. Theseus's victory was not simply a triumph of brute force. It was a victory of disciplined will, of intellect over instinct, representing the triumph of reason and self-control over the chaotic forces of the subconscious. After slaying the Minotaur, Theseus retraced his steps, guided by Ariadne's thread, emerging from the labyrinth, a testament to his courage and his self-mastery. His return to Athens was a triumph, not merely a victory over a monster, but a victory over fear and oppression. The success of his mission not only brought an end to the gruesome tribute, but also restored Athens' pride and independence. The journey back represents a return to the world, a renewed understanding of oneself, and a demonstration of one's resilience and self-awareness. But the myth's depth is not limited to a mere coming-of-age narrative. The symbolism of Theseus and the Minotaur resonates across centuries, continually shaping our understanding of the human condition. The story serves as an allegory for the conflicts within, the battles we wage between reason and instinct, the struggle to overcome our inner demons, and the ultimate triumph of self-discovery and self-mastery. Theseus's journey isn't just a physical journey through a maze. It's a psychological journey into the depths of the human soul, reminding us that the greatest battles we fight are often those we wage within ourselves. The enduring appeal of the myth lies in its timeless relevance, a testament to the eternal struggle between darkness and light, chaos and order, and the ever-present quest for self-discovery that defines the human experience. The Minotaur, a monster born of a twisted union of divine and earthly powers, continues to represent our inner demons, a reminder of the inherent darkness that exists within every human being, constantly seeking to be overcome through courage, resilience, and self-awareness. The labyrinth continues to be a powerful symbol of the complex and often confusing journey of life, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a path back to light and freedom. The thread of Ariadne's compassion, too, becomes a symbol of guidance and hope, representing the external support and the importance of compassion and solidarity in navigating life's most challenging passages. The tale of Theseus and the Minotaur isn't just a story, it's a living metaphor, eternally relevant and capable of offering insightful reflections on the human condition. Heracles, son of Zeus and Alcmene, a figure whose very name evokes images of unparalleled strength and unwavering resolve, stands as a cornerstone of Greek mythology. His life, however, was far from a simple tale of brute force. His 12 labors imposed upon him by the tyrannical king Eurystheus as penance for a crime he committed in a fit of divinely induced madness served not merely as a showcase of his extraordinary physical prowess, but also as a profound exploration of human endurance, moral ambiguity, and the ever-present struggle between good and evil. These weren't simple tasks. They were carefully chosen trials, each designed to test a different facet of his character, pushing him to the very limits of his physical and mental capabilities, forcing him to confront his own inner demons, and ultimately forging him into the legendary hero he would become. The first labor, the slaying of the Nemean lion, immediately establishes the scale of Heracles' challenges. This wasn't just any lion. It was a creature of monstrous proportions, invulnerable to ordinary weapons, its hide impervious to even the sharpest swords and spears. The Nemean lion, a creature born from Typhon and Echidna, parents of countless other monsters that plagued the ancient world, roamed the hills near Nemea, terrorizing the surrounding countryside, a symbol of untamed destructive power. Heracles' triumph wasn't simply a display of strength. It involved strategic thinking and cunning. He strangled the beast with his bare hands, a testament to his incredible physical might and his unyielding determination. The lion's pelt, impenetrable to mortal weapons, became his own armor, a constant reminder of his first and monumental victory, a trophy showcasing his defiance of the impossible. The second labor, the destruction of the Lernaean Hydra, presented a different kind of challenge. This many-headed serpent, a child of Typhon and Echidna, represented the insidious nature of evil, its many heads symbolizing the ever-reappearing nature of challenges and difficulties. For every head Heracles severed, 2 more grew in its place, a seemingly insurmountable task. Here, Heracles displayed not just brute strength, but also ingenuity. With the assistance of his nephew, Iolaus, who cauterized the necks of the severed heads with a burning torch, preventing the regrowth, Heracles finally overcame this monstrous embodiment of relentless evil. The labor demonstrated his adaptability and his capacity for strategic thinking, qualities as essential as his physical prowess. The Hydra's venomous blood, said to be capable of turning anything it touched to ash, became a terrifying weapon in Heracles' arsenal. The third labor, the capture of the Ceryneian hind, required a different set of skills, This sacred hind, a creature of exceptional beauty and speed, was blessed with golden horns and bronze hooves, making its capture a test of Heracles' endurance, his hunting prowess, and his unwavering dedication. The hunt stretched for a year, a relentless pursuit across the rugged landscapes of Arcadia. It was not just a display of physical stamina, but a test of perseverance and unwavering determination. The hind's capture, a creature of divine origins, highlighted Heracles' ability to overcome challenges that demanded patience and strategic tracking, a sharp contrast to the brute force required for the previous labors. The Erymanthian boar, the fourth labor, presented yet another formidable foe. This monstrous creature ravaged the forests of Mount Erymanthus, a symbol of uncontrolled nature. Heracles' cunning and strength combined to overcome this massive tusked beast. He did not simply kill the boar, but successfully drove it back to Eurystheus in the snow, a triumph that demonstrated his hunting skill and prowess. The boar, which terrified even the most courageous men, became an emblem of Heracles' dominance over raw, untamed nature. The fifth labor, the cleansing of the Aegean stables, deviated significantly from the previous tasks. This labor did not involve slaying a mythical beast, but required Heracles to demonstrate ingenuity and colossal physical strength. King Aegeus' stables, home to thousands of cattle and decades of accumulated manure, represented a grotesque symbol of accumulated corruption and neglect. Heracles' solution was brilliant. By diverting the rivers Alpheus and Peneus, he flushed out the immense accumulation of filth, showcasing his ability to solve problems using creativity and sheer physical power. This labor underscored the hero's resourcefulness and his capacity for monumental tasks that required intelligence as well as force. The sixth labor involved the capture of the Stymphalian birds, a flock of man-eating creatures whose bronze beaks and talons inflicted terror upon the people of Arcadia. Here, Heracles' skill in archery and his understanding of his enemy's behavior became key. Using noise-making tools to frighten the birds into flight, he unleashed a volley of arrows, scattering the avian menace and freeing Arcadia from its threat. This labor showcased his tactical thinking and proficiency in ranged combat, expanding the scope of his skills beyond brute strength. The seventh labor, the capture of the Cretan bull, brought Heracles back into direct confrontation with monstrous power. This bull, a creature of immense strength and ferocity, was a sacred animal, sent by Poseidon as a gift to King Minos of Crete. After escaping its enclosure, the bull wreaked havoc across the countryside, its uncontrollable rage becoming a symbol of raw, untamed force. Heracles' capture of the bull, which involved subduing the beast and wrestling it to the ground, showcased his incredible strength and unmatched wrestling skills. His success demonstrated his ability to subdue even divinely gifted creatures of immense power. For his eighth labor, Heracles was tasked with stealing the mares of Diomedes, a notorious king who fed his own flesh to his mares, creatures both fierce and intelligent. Heracles' achievement here wasn't simply a physical feat, but a demonstration of his ability to strategize and exploit his enemy's weakness. It demonstrated both his strength and his intelligence. The ninth labor brought Heracles face to face with the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. This task, demanding not just physical prowess, but also diplomatic finesse and strategic cunning, saw Heracles negotiate and deal with the legendary warrior women. Though some versions of the myth describe battle and force, others stress that diplomacy and negotiations were also key. This showcased a less celebrated aspect of his character, Heracles' capacity for diplomacy. The 10th labour saw Heracles undertaking the perilous mission of retrieving the cattle of Geryon, a monstrous three-bodied giant. This journey took him to the far reaches of the known world, requiring immense strength, perseverance, and navigation of dangerous lands. He slayed Geryon's monstrous herder, Orthrus, a two-headed dog, and successfully brought the cattle back, showcasing the hero's enduring resilience and his ability to navigate complex and perilous quests. Heracles' 11th labour was the retrieval of the golden apples of the Hesperides. This involved engaging with Atlas, the Titan condemned to bear the weight of the heavens. This task required not just brute strength, but Heracles' cleverness. By temporarily holding up the heavens in Atlas's place, he was able to secure the apples, showcasing once more the hero's cleverness and resourcefulness. Finally, his 12th and final labour was the capture of Cerberus, the three-headed hound guarding the gates of the underworld. This was the ultimate test, requiring Heracles to confront death itself and emerge victorious. His ability to subdue the monstrous creature, a task most mortals deemed impossible, cemented his status as the greatest hero of his time. This final trial was a symbolic conquest of death, representing the ultimate triumph over mortality and the acceptance of fate itself. The 12 labours of Heracles, therefore, are not simply a series of feats of strength. They represent a complex and multifaceted journey, demonstrating the evolution of a hero who grows through trial and tribulation. Each task demanded different skills: strength, cunning, strategy, diplomacy, and an almost superhuman endurance. The labours serve as a timeless allegory for the struggles we face in life, reminding us that true heroism lies not only in physical prowess, but in the unwavering determination to overcome obstacles, both internal and external. The myths of Heracles, therefore, resonate across millennia, providing a framework for understanding human resilience, moral complexity, and the enduring struggle for self-mastery. The enduring legacy of Heracles lies not simply in his physical achievements, but in the enduring symbols of his labours: the triumph over seemingly insurmountable odds, the relentless pursuit of justice, and the unwavering dedication to the fulfillment of one's purpose, whatever the cost. He remains a potent symbol of human potential, demonstrating the possibility of greatness through courage, perseverance, and an unyielding spirit. Orpheus, the Thracian poet and musician, possessed a gift that transcended the mortal realm. His lyre, a vessel of celestial melodies, could charm the very stones, soothe savage beasts, and even halt the flow of rivers. His music was not merely a form of entertainment, it was a conduit to the deepest emotions, a language understood by gods and mortals alike. He was a master of his craft, capable of weaving sonic tapestries that evoked joy, sorrow, and everything in between. His skill was unparalleled, a testament to the power of art and its ability to connect humanity to something larger than themselves. It was a power he would soon put to the ultimate test. His life intertwined with that of Eurydice, a nymph of breathtaking beauty and grace. Their love was a song in itself, a harmonious blend of passion, devotion, and mutual respect. Their days were filled with music, laughter, and the simple joys of companionship, a perfect idyll that seemed destined to last an eternity. They were a vision of youthful bliss, a testament to the beauty and fragility of life's fleeting moments. Their story, however, was tragically short-lived. Disaster struck unexpectedly, swiftly severing the idyllic harmony. While fleeing the unwanted advances of a rustic shepherd, Eurydice was bitten by a venomous snake, a cruel twist of fate that would forever alter the course of Orpheus's life. The event is described not as a grand, dramatic confrontation, but as a swift, silent stroke of misfortune, a sudden intrusion of death into a life brimming with promise and joy. The imagery evokes not a heroic struggle, but the stark, unexpected reality of mortality, the swift and sudden end that can befall even the most innocent and beloved. The loss of Eurydice plunged Orpheus into a sea of despair. The vibrant melodies that once flowed so freely from his lyre fell silent. His once radiant eyes, filled with the joy of love, were now veiled in an impenetrable grief. His world, once filled with light and laughter, was now consumed by an overwhelming darkness. His normally vivacious spirit dimmed, and his melodious voice was reduced to mournful whispers. The narrative emphasizes the depth of Orpheus's sorrow, highlighting the profound bond between the lovers and the devastating impact of their separation. Driven by an unwavering love that transcended death, Orpheus embarked on a perilous journey to the underworld. He ventured beyond the confines of the living world, into a realm shrouded in mystery, fear, and an eternal twilight. His descent was not a physical journey alone. It was a harrowing descent into the deepest recesses of his own despair. The description of his path emphasizes the stark and desolate nature of the underworld, the cold, empty expanse of a world without sunlight or joy. It's not a journey filled with fearsome beasts, but one heavy with the weight of grief, the daunting and unsettling task of confronting death and pleading for the impossible. The underworld itself is not depicted as a hellish inferno, but rather as a vast and desolate land, where shadows stretch long and the atmosphere is heavy with a silent, oppressive grief. The landscape is described using subdued, melancholic tones. This contrasts with the vivid descriptions of the mortal realm, reinforcing the sense of loss and the contrast between the lively world of the living and the somber stillness of the dead. The rivers Styx and Cocytus are not merely waterways. They are symbolic representations of the insurmountable obstacles that stand between Orpheus and Eurydice's reunification. They are not obstacles that can be simply overcome, but forces of nature reflecting the vast, relentless power of death. Upon reaching the gates of Hades, Orpheus found himself before the imposing figures of Hades, the god of the underworld, and Persephone, his queen. He didn't confront them with threats or demands, but with the power of his music. His lyre, a vessel of his profound sorrow and unwavering love, produced a melody that echoed the depths of his grief. The music resonated throughout the underworld, a powerful and emotional plea that moved even the hearts of the seemingly unyielding gods. The music itself is not described with technical details, but its impact is vividly conveyed. The gods are not just impressed by his technique, they are touched by the raw, honest emotion embedded within every note. Hades, a god often depicted as cold and unforgiving, was touched by the emotional intensity of Orpheus's music. The music revealed not just the grief of loss, but the unwavering strength of love. The description does not depict a forceful negotiation, but a subtle emotional appeal. Persephone, deeply moved by the power of the music and the depth of Orpheus's love, interceded on his behalf. The scene emphasizes not the power dynamics of the underworld, but the emotional resonance of art and the capacity for empathy, even in the hearts of the seemingly emotionless rulers of the dead. Moved by his plea, Hades granted Orpheus a conditional boon. Eurydice would be returned to the land of the living. However, there was a crucial condition. Orpheus must lead Eurydice out of the underworld, without once looking back at her, until they had reached the world of the sunlight. The condition is not presented as an arbitrary test, but as a reflection of the fragility of their reunion. It emphasized the precarious nature of their second chance, the challenges of rebuilding trust after a profound loss. It's a test not of strength, but of faith, of the endurance of his devotion. The return journey was filled with an agonizing tension. Orpheus walked ahead, a grim determination etched on his face, while Eurydice followed behind him, silent and unseen. Every step was weighed with uncertainty. Every moment was filled with fear. The narrative conveys the emotional burden of this undertaking. It's not a triumphant march, but a painful pilgrimage, a reminder that even the most fervent love can be fragile and easily destroyed. The anticipation, the agonizing wait for the light, was unbearable. The description of the journey focuses not on the physical landscape, but on the internal struggle of Orpheus, the internal conflict between his overwhelming desire to see Eurydice again and his commitment to the condition of their return. He held fast to his commitment, pushing forward step by step towards the light, battling both the overwhelming sadness and the irresistible temptation to see his beloved again. As they neared the world of the living, the temptation proved too great to bear. Orpheus's love was a strength, but it was also his undoing. Doubt gnawed at him. Doubt about the reality of her presence behind him, and doubt about his own ability to endure the journey. In a moment of desperate hope and possibly self-doubt, he turned to see if Eurydice was still there, his love overtaking his cautious determination. He was met not by her loving gaze, but by the utter emptiness that greeted his act of disobedience. The image evokes not merely a moment of carelessness, but the devastating impact of doubt and lack of faith. He broke his solemn promise, and in that instant, Eurydice was lost forever, pulled back into the shadows of the underworld. Orpheus's sorrow intensified, becoming deeper and more unbearable. His cries echoed through the desolate landscape, a lament that expressed his grief. This is not a dramatic outburst. It's a subtle yet powerful display of emotional collapse, a reminder of the devastating consequences of doubt and the impossibility of undoing decisions. He tried in vain to return to the underworld, begging for her return. His pleas were unanswered. Hades would not relent. His unwavering love, which had initially moved the gods, was now powerless against the finality of death. Orpheus's story is not one of triumph, but of profound loss, and the enduring power of a love that transcends even death. It is a tale that speaks to the human capacity for profound love and unyielding grief. It's a testament to the strength of art and the ability of music to express the deepest emotions of the human heart. It also highlights the precarious balance between hope and despair, faith and doubt, and the ultimate limits of human power. It serves as a reminder of life's fragility and the importance of cherishing each moment, of the power of memory to keep love alive, even amidst the bitter sting of loss. It is, ultimately, a tragic reminder that even the most beautiful melodies can have a mournful conclusion. His music would continue to echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of love and loss, but his own song was forever silenced, a stark commentary on the agonizingly complex nature of humanity and the bittersweet resonance of an unending longing. The whispers of the judgment of Paris echoed through the ages, a prelude to the cataclysmic Trojan War, a conflict that would reshape the very fabric of the ancient world. It wasn't a clash of armies initially, but a contest of beauty, a seemingly trivial judgment with consequences far beyond the comprehension of the mortal who held the fate of empires in his hands. Paris, Prince of Troy, a young man whose life was as yet unburdened by the weight of destiny, found himself thrust into the heart of a cosmic drama, a judge in a divine court, where the stakes were nothing less than the fate of civilizations. The setting itself was imbued with a mythical grandeur. Mount Ida, its peak piercing the heavens, was a sacred place, often veiled in mist that lent an ethereal quality to its imposing slopes. It was a location synonymous with the gods, a place where the veil between the mortal and divine realms felt thin, where divine intervention was not merely possible, but almost expected. Here, amidst the fragrant pines and the vibrant wildflowers of this majestic mountain, the goddesses appeared, not as ethereal beings distant and aloof, but as powerful, tangible figures embodying the very essence of their domains. Hera, queen of the gods, arrived with the regal bearing expected of her position. Her presence radiated power, authority, and a certain icy dignity. Her beauty, however, was not merely physical. It was the beauty of a sovereign, a commanding queen whose very gaze could inspire awe and fear in equal measure. She was a vision of unyielding strength, a goddess whose beauty was inseparable from her unwavering power. Her dominion over marriage and family subtly implied in the very fabric of her being. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, presented a strikingly different aesthetic. Her beauty was not one of imposing power, but of irresistible allure, a seductive grace that captivated with its irresistible charm. Her beauty was fluid, dynamic, constantly shifting and evolving, reflecting the ever-changing nature of love itself. Her very presence was a fragrant promise of passion, of intoxicating desire and undeniable pleasure, a potent reminder of love's capacity for both ecstasy and heartbreak. Athena, goddess of wisdom, strategy, and warfare, possessed a beauty that was intellectual and refined. It wasn't a beauty that demanded attention. Rather, it commanded respect. Her beauty was serene, composed, hinting at the vast knowledge and strategic brilliance concealed beneath a veneer of quiet contemplation. It was a beauty that spoke of intellect, of cunning, of unwavering resolve. A goddess whose beauty mirrored her unparalleled wisdom and tactical mastery. She held an air of controlled power, of a mind sharper than any sword. The goddesses, each possessing a unique and compelling beauty, stood before Paris. Their beauty was not merely a superficial quality. It was an embodiment of their essence, a reflection of their power and domains. They were not simply contestants in a beauty pageant, but potent forces of nature, each representing a facet of the human experience: power, desire, and intellect. The very air thrummed with the potent energy emanating from these divine beings, a silent challenge that dwarfed even the majestic mountain that served as their backdrop. The judgment itself was not a simple matter of preference. It was a divine decree, a choice that would resonate through generations. Each goddess, in an act of both desperation and cunning, offered a bribe to sway Paris's decision. Hera, in her proud queenliness, promised him power and dominion over the kingdoms of men. Athena, in her wisdom, offered him military prowess and victory in battle. Aphrodite, however, offered something far more potent: the love of Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris's choice, though seemingly simple, held profound implications. It was a decision that would not only determine the victor in this divine contest, but would set in motion a chain of events that would lead to a decade-long war, a war that would claim countless lives and alter the course of history. He chose Aphrodite, not for political ambition or military gain, but for love, for the intoxicating allure of beauty and passion. This seemingly insignificant decision on Mount Ida had global ramifications. Helen, already married to Menelaus, king of Sparta, was a woman whose beauty was legendary, a beauty that had captivated hearts and minds across the world. Her abduction by Paris, fueled by Aphrodite's promise, ignited the fuse. Menelaus, outraged by this affront, rallied the Aegean armies, triggering the most celebrated and brutal conflict in ancient Greek lore. The Trojan War, a conflict sparked by a single judgment, became a tapestry woven with threads of heroism and treachery, love and hate, glory and despair. It was a war that tested the limits of human endurance, a crucible that forged legends and inspired poets for centuries to come. Achilles, Hector, Odysseus. These names and countless others became immortalized through their actions, their triumphs, and their tragedies on the battlefield of Troy. The judgment of Paris itself, though not a battle, was a pivotal moment, a symbolic act that highlights the capricious nature of fate and the far-reaching consequences of even the smallest decisions. It stands as a poignant reminder of the power of beauty, the allure of love, and the devastating impact of human desire. The consequences of Paris's choice reverberated throughout Greek mythology, shaping narratives, influencing destinies, and serving as a cautionary tale of the unpredictable nature of fate and the unpredictable outcome of seemingly trivial choices. It serves as a stark reminder that even the most seemingly insignificant actions can unleash forces of unimaginable power, forever shaping the course of history. The war itself served as a complex exploration of human nature, a reflection of the intricacies of human relationships, the conflicting desires of nations and individuals, the nature of betrayal and trust. The narrative, even after the war concluded, continued to generate debates and interpretations, emphasizing the enduring significance of the story within the greater mythology. The story of the Judgment of Paris is a rich tapestry of interwoven themes: the allure of beauty, the seductive nature of power, the intoxicating force of desire, and the tragic consequences of flawed choices. It's a myth that continues to resonate today, serving as a poignant reminder of the fragile nature of peace, the volatile nature of human ambition, and the unpredictable power of fate. The narrative stands as an allegory that reflects the conflicts within our own souls, a testament to the complexity of human relationships and motivations, and an enduring reminder that even the smallest actions can have profound and lasting consequences. It is a potent reminder of how easily seemingly insignificant events can ignite conflicts of monumental scale, leaving an enduring legacy in the annals of history and the realms of human imagination. The tale also highlights the limitations of human judgment, reminding us that even divine beings can be subject to flawed decision-making and the subsequent consequences of these actions. The echoes of the Trojan War, with its clash of titans and epic battles, still reverberated through the Greek consciousness, but the whispers of a different kind of conflict, a more intimate and profoundly human drama, began to surface. This was the story of Echo and Narcissus, a tale less about grand battles and more about the subtle, devastating warfare waged within the human heart. It is a tragedy played out not on a battlefield, but in the silent, unforgiving landscape of unrequited love and crippling self-obsession. Echo, a nymph of the mountains, was gifted with a voice of unparalleled beauty, a voice that could mimic any sound it heard. But her melodious voice, which charmed the gods and mortals alike, was also the instrument of her tragic fate. Hera, queen of the gods, discovered Echo's ability to distract her with endless chatter, preventing her from discovering Zeus's infidelities. Enraged by this deception, Hera cursed Echo, stripping her of the ability to initiate conversation. She could only repeat the last words spoken to her. This curse, a cruel twist of fate, would shape Echo's life and contribute to her ultimate demise. Imagine the frustration, the silent scream trapped within the confines of repetition. Echo, once a vibrant and communicative nymph, was now condemned to a life of silent longing, her beautiful voice reduced to a mere echo of others' words. The curse was not only a punishment, but a profound isolation, separating her from genuine connection and leaving her vulnerable to the piercing arrows of unrequited love. Her once vibrant spirit was slowly crushed under the weight of her silent existence, a poignant symbol of the power of the divine wrath and the fragility of mortal existence. Imagine the scene, the vast, desolate landscape of the underworld, stretching endlessly before him. Sisyphus, his brow furrowed with the strain of endless exertion, pushes a colossal boulder up a steep incline. His muscles strain, his breath comes in ragged gasps, the sweat pouring from his brow mingling with the dust of the underworld. With each heave, his body creaks and protests, a testament to the Herculean effort required. Inch by agonizing inch the boulder ascends, a slow, agonizing climb against the inexorable pull of gravity. He pushes, he struggles, he grits his teeth in defiance of the god's cruel decree. And just as he reaches the summit, just as he feels the fleeting triumph of victory, the boulder slips from his grasp. The heavy stone thunders down the slope, its descent a mocking echo of his laborious ascent. The irony is crushing. The Sisyphean task is not merely physical, it is a psychological torment. He knows, with the certainty only an immortal punishment can impart, that his efforts are utterly futile. There is no reward, no respite, no end to his torment. He is condemned to an eternal repetition, a cycle of effort and failure that mirrors the human struggle against the inevitable. Each ascent represents our striving, our hopes, our dreams. Each descent a sobering reminder of our mortality and the ephemeral nature of our achievements. We push our boulders, our ambitions, our projects towards the summit of success, only to see them slip away, leaving us to begin the agonizing climb anew. There is something deeply resonant about the myth. It speaks to a universal human experience, the sense of endless toil, the striving for goals that often remain just out of reach, the relentless pursuit of personal fulfillment, the constant push against the limits of our capabilities, the nagging feeling that we're always running in place. It is a relentless cycle, similar to the cyclical nature of agriculture that ancient Greek society heavily depended upon. Every harvest was a push towards a goal that would soon wither and necessitate a renewal of effort. This repetitive, arduous cycle mirrors the Sisyphean struggle. The ceaseless need to sow and reap is a fundamental aspect of human experience that resonates with the unending toil of Sisyphus. The beauty and horror of the myth lies not in the physicality of the task, but in its symbolic weight. Sisyphus's ceaseless toil isn't just about physical exertion, it's a metaphor for the inherent absurdity of existence. He is a symbol of humanity's relentless pursuit of meaning in a universe that offers no guarantees. He personifies our persistent struggle against the inevitable, age, illness, and death. His endless labor reflects our own unending attempts to leave a mark on the world, to create something lasting, something meaningful in the face of inevitable oblivion. His punishment is the ultimate expression of the existential angst that lurks beneath the surface of our daily lives. The ancient Greeks, masters of storytelling, understood the power of a good metaphor. The myth of Sisyphus is not just a cautionary tale. It's a profound meditation on the human condition. It forces us to confront uncomfortable truths, the limitations of our power, the ephemerality of our achievements, the constant battle against time and entropy. It acknowledges the futility of certain endeavors, the often pointless nature of endless striving. Yet, there is a perverse kind of beauty in Sisyphus's defiance. Even knowing the futility of his task, he continues to struggle, he continues to push. This suggests that the value lies not in the achievement, but in the struggle itself. The meaning lies not in the destination, but in the journey, in the relentless pursuit of a goal, no matter how unattainable it may seem. The myth invites us to reconsider the concept of success and failure. Is true success measured solely by achievement? Or does it reside, at least partly, in the resilience, the perseverance, the refusal to surrender in the face of overwhelming odds? Sisyphus, in his unwavering persistence, even in his doomed endeavor, challenges our traditional notions of victory and defeat. He embodies the indomitable spirit of humanity, forever striving, always pushing against the tide, even if that tide always seems to pull back with the same relentless force. Think of the artists, the writers, the scientists who dedicate their lives to projects that may never yield the expected results. Their struggles, their constant revisions, their setbacks and disappointments echo the relentless effort of Sisyphus. Their work is, in a sense, a Sisyphean task, a perpetual struggle to create something meaningful in a world that often seems indifferent to human efforts. Yet, they continue, driven by a passion, a vision, an unshakable belief in the value of their work, even in the face of certain failure. Consider the everyday struggles that we all face, the pressures of work, the challenges of relationships, the constant battle against adversity. Each of these can feel like a Sisyphean task, a never-ending cycle of effort and frustration. Yet, we persist, driven by a desire for security, connection, personal growth. We push forward, even when the odds seem stacked against us, even when we know that there will always be new obstacles. The inherent futility of Sisyphus's task, far from being a symbol of defeat, has become a symbol of endurance, of the human spirit's refusal to be crushed by the weight of existence. The enduring power of the myth of Sisyphus is its ability to resonate on multiple levels. It is a story that speaks to our deepest anxieties, our greatest fears, and yet it also offers a glimmer of hope. It acknowledges the inherent absurdity of our existence, the inevitability of failure, and the often futile nature of our striving. Yet, within the heart of this tragic tale lies a defiant spirit, a refusal to be broken, a relentless push forward, even in the face of the inevitable. The myth of Sisyphus is, ultimately, a celebration of the human spirit's perseverance, the stubborn refusal to surrender, even when the odds seem insurmountable. It's a reminder that the struggle itself can be a source of meaning. It is in the act of pushing the boulder, in the constant striving, in the refusal to give up, that we find a profound sense of purpose. Sisyphus's fate, then, becomes not a symbol of utter defeat, but a testament to the strength of the human spirit, the indomitable will to keep going, even when the task seems hopeless, even when we are aware of the inherent futility. His eternal punishment, paradoxically, becomes his eternal defiance. His legend continues to remind us that even in the face of impossible odds, the human spirit finds a way to endure, to strive, to find meaning in the midst of absurdity. And that, perhaps, is the most profound and enduring legacy of this ancient myth. The relentless climb, the endless repetition. These are not signs of defeat, but the very essence of human existence, our eternal dance with the boulder of our hopes and dreams. The echoes of Sisyphus's ceaseless toil resonate even today, a testament to the enduring power of Greek mythology. While the gods and heroes of Olympus may seem distant figures from a bygone era, their stories continue to shape and inform our modern world in surprising and profound ways. Greek mythology's legacy is not merely confined to dusty textbooks and museum displays. It is woven into the very fabric of our culture, subtly influencing our language, art, literature, and even our understanding of psychology. Consider, for instance, the pervasive use of mythological names and allusions in everyday language. We speak of narcissistic personalities, referencing the self-absorbed youth who fell in love with his own reflection. The word Titanic, evoking immense size and power, comes directly from the Titans, primordial deities who once ruled the cosmos. We use the term Herculean to describe tasks of immense difficulty, paying tribute to the legendary strength of Heracles. These words, seamlessly integrated into our daily lexicon, serve as a silent testament to the enduring presence of these ancient narratives in our collective consciousness. They are not mere historical artifacts. They are living, breathing parts of our language, silently carrying the weight of millennia-old stories. This linguistic influence extends beyond individual words into the realm of idioms and expressions. The phrase Achilles' heel, for example, is universally understood to refer to a person's fatal flaw or weakness, directly drawing from the vulnerability of the great warrior. The expression Pandora's box, signifying unforeseen troubles and woes, stems from the myth of Pandora, who released all the evils into the world. These metaphorical expressions, deeply ingrained in our linguistic landscape, demonstrate how the myths have permeated our everyday communication, providing us with readily accessible metaphors to articulate complex ideas and experiences. The very structure of our communication is shaped by the enduring presence of Greek mythology. The impact of Greek mythology is perhaps even more powerfully felt in the world of art and literature. Countless works of art, from classical sculptures to Renaissance paintings to contemporary installations, draw inspiration from Greek myths. The iconic image of David slaying Goliath, while a biblical narrative, owes its aesthetic and thematic resonance to the countless depictions of heroic battles and divine interventions found in Greek art. Likewise, countless novels, poems, and plays incorporate Greek characters and themes, reimagining and reinterpreting these timeless stories for modern audiences. The works of Shakespeare, for instance, are replete with allusions to Greek mythology, revealing the pervasive influence of these ancient narratives on even the most towering figures of English literature. Modern literature is particularly replete with direct allusions and adaptations of Greek myths. Consider the myriad retellings of the Oedipus Rex, a story that explores the terrifying consequences of fate and the human struggle against destiny. The themes of guilt, responsibility, and the inescapable power of prophecy, so powerfully explored in Sophocles' original tragedy, continue to resonate in contemporary novels and plays, showcasing the enduring relevance of these ancient narratives to modern human experience. The enduring power of the story is its ability to address timeless human anxieties regarding free will versus determinism, and the enduring consequences of our actions. The influence extends even to seemingly disparate fields, such as psychology. The concept of the Oedipus complex, a cornerstone of Freudian psychoanalysis, directly draws upon the myth of Oedipus, who unknowingly killed his father and married his mother. While the scientific validity of the Oedipus complex has been debated extensively, its very existence serves as a testament to the power of Greek mythology to shape our understanding of human psychology and the complexities of the human psyche. The myths provide a rich tapestry of archetypes and narratives that have been employed by psychologists to explore themes of family dynamics, desire, and identity. Understanding Greek mythology is not merely an academic exercise. It is a key to unlocking a deeper understanding of our own culture and the rich tapestry of human experience. These myths are not relics of the past. They are living, breathing stories that continue to shape our language, our art, our literature, and our understanding of ourselves. They offer a profound and insightful lens through which we can examine the enduring questions of human existence, exploring themes of heroism, tragedy, and the human condition, which resonate across generations. By engaging with these ancient narratives, we gain not only a historical perspective, but also a deeper appreciation for the enduring power of storytelling and the timeless resonance of the human experience. The legacy of Greek mythology is not merely a historical footnote. It is a vital and ongoing conversation, a testament to the enduring power of these ancient narratives to speak to our shared humanity and illuminate our present world through the wisdom of the past. The stories persist, not as relics of a forgotten age, but as living metaphors that continue to shape our understanding of ourselves and the world around us.